If people ask me, what's Smash Brothers? I'm gonna show them that clip. Okay, here we go. Beautiful setups. I love the reverse to get the back air instead of the fair. Yup. And controlling that Pokeball. That's what you want to do. Neutral, baby. Push your opponents. You might have that projectiles.
Meet me in the sandbox.
Yeah, baby. I love the sand. Gonna build a house at the beach. Let's go swimming. Flip kick. Hit you in. Back air. Also another one.
Oh my.
What you got?
See me after class.
See you later, buddy.
Wow.
Up,
okay.
Gotta go. My people need me.
My people need me.
Bringing it back again. Like, started out of
Oh
behind.
my. Hit him with the cartwheel. Yo.
This monkey is definitely hungry. He wants something.
Going from side to side with it. This is incredible.
Yuck! I thought we were going to see a flip kick. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of seeing it come in. Not going to do it, of course. I feel like it would have been a suicide. That's something you don't want to do against Toon Link. Toon Link is one of those characters like we saw in the beginning.
to go and take this track and give it a go and see if you can even get to the river section. It's super, super complex. Speaking of the river section, we're back on it now. We should be currently following Novak Racing, I believe. And they survived the entry.
Nice one. That's Conmore from Novak Racing, who seems to be in first place and making short work of this little meandering chasm here. They seem to be pretty much on their own and uncontested. All they have to do is stay alive. Now, the question is, are they going to keep up the pace? Are they going to keep pushing through? Or are they going to slow down now that they, they can feel a bit more comfortable knowing that no one's coming for them? Because, Croncy, what I've seen before... Yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
What I've seen before, basically, is that, like, some of our faster racers, I mean, like Diplomat, for instance, who isn't racing with us for the System 7 this year, like, they once, I think, overlapped the entire group and still kept going. They never slowed down, and they exploded, you know? Oh, there we go. Oh, no.
There we go. So we aren't, it looks like we're not following number one at the moment. Blackhawks has gotten into their lap number 3. They've made it around. Another and DNF exploded. This time for Argo Narvis. No, I think Blackhawks survived as far as I can tell. They're still up there. They're still all good. But yeah, they made their,
I thought we just got
3 rounds. So
yeah, okay.
No, the explosion was for Argo Narvis. Novak Racing also crossing into lap number 3.
Okay, 3 laps, 2 to go. Only 2 racers have made their way through into lap number 2, and my gosh, Croncy, like, I think right now there's so much pressure on this racer here. I mean, like, don't explode with the camera right on you. I mean, or do, you know, like, it's a nice view.
It's much more entertaining. If you're going to explode,
please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
All right, so we do
system.
have a message from the track organizers here that any driver that has completed more than 90% of the race distance will be classified in order of how much of the race they've completed. So even though people explode, their distances through the track will be will essentially go into calculating how many points they have gotten. So even if you explode at this point, you will still get some points. Like, I do believe that
not
will
as
be
many
going
as you
into
may
the
have
board.
gotten.
True.
Not as many as you may have gotten if you were exploded later on, obviously, even in the same position. But definitely still points awarded. There is, merit to still trying to go a little bit harder in the early stages.
That's right.
Capcom Alpha also completing their 3rd lap just then as well. So there's still a lot of our teammates that are around the start, still around that 7-8 minute mark per lap, which is pretty respectable. That's the fact that they haven't slowed down after, no doubt, the people from their team saying, "Hey, everyone's exploding," is definitely going to be it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, they do have mastery here of this chasm again. They don't seem to be as low as they necessarily could be. I feel like they're at top straight at the moment. But again, with the amount of ground clutter there is here, I don't really blame them, Like, there is just so much going on down here in this river.
Yeah, exactly. You do truly want to stay as high as you possibly can on this section of the river. The rocks are surprisingly large and surprisingly deadly. So, you're trying to avoid them as much as possible. In fact, you'll often see them going a lot faster. We have another DNF, this time from Novak Racing, who were in 3rd place position, ended lap number 3, so they're going to be out of this one. But they obviously got themselves a fair more distance. So while they won't get their full points, they weren't able to complete 90% of the race, they will still get a decent amount of diluted points instead.
That's right. So that almost looked sticky there for Ludox from Blackhawks, like as they transition into
that one that we're watching right now is missing its back right engine.
Right, and I believe that happened as they landed into the river. I mean, like, they kind of bounced, there was a bit of a blue glow, and now they're a bit lighter.
Yep, that would make sense. But that sort of goes into what I was saying before the race, where the Dragonfly does have, like, a secret extra amount of health, just in that it can lose parts of itself without blowing up a lot more than the other Gravlevs can. And that essentially makes it a little bit more survivable. It's a lot slower, but it, in a race like this, speed is clearly not the issue.
That's right. It's got some of that good old Drake redundancy, you know, like I think most Drakes have way too much of whatever it is that they have, even though it's like, you know, gaffer taped together. All right, so we're still watching
on the 20-minute mark now. Like I said, I think it is probably still going to take about 15 minutes. We've got 4 teams left on the track right now. Star Prime Racing still on lap number 2, so they've still got quite a way to go around.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
But I mean, I am very impressed that these races have not died. You know.
Your vehicle has
I mean,
been moved to our
considering
storage
how
facility.
well the other racers have done so
Your
far up to
vehicle
this
has been
point,
delivered to the
yeah, I
following
mean, like, but
location.
now, Croncy, how many racers do you think are gonna make it to the end, to the finish line? We have 4 left. We have lost a substantial amount of racers here. We started with 16 of the fastest racers in the verse, and now we've boiled down to 4. We were with Blackhawks, Capcom Alpha, Delta Diadas, and Star Prime. Like, do you think they're all gonna make it?
If last year is anything to go by, we may see these exact 4 teams. Maybe only one more of them will DNF before the end of the race.
All right.
It sort of just ended up being how it went last year, where we were at the race, we saw a lot of DNFs very early on, and then those that were left were essentially able to stick around for quite a bit. So it's very possible we don't see another DNF until the very end of the race, but I mean, I'm not going to actually predict that, because then everyone's going to collide into each other or something.
In that case, allow me to do so. In that case, Croncy, because there we go.
Oh no, that doesn't count. That's a cameraman. That doesn't count.
Wow, that was cursed. Allow me, and then he blew up immediately.
Systems activating.
So, not sure exactly who we're watching here. I would hazard a guess. Delta Diadas, it sounds like.
That's right, Delta Diadas in third
they're
place
in their
here.
third lap. Yeah, they should just be about to approach the turnoff into the river. If I'm not mistaken, there, all of those trees that you can see on the left side, I believe, are up and across the cliff section. But we'll find out for certain in a second, because it's a little bit dark at the moment, so it's a little bit harder to see. Luckily, we're doing this on Microtech and not Hurston. Microtech, especially in these green zones, a lot easier to see in the night than it is when you've got storms going all over the place. So.
Very true. The storm elements in Hurston are notoriously crazy. I mean, Microtech is spared, but its moons not so much.
Yeah, one of the advantages of the fact that we have 2 races, heat-based races, is all of our DNF races right now can get ready really quickly. Probably get a couple of practice laps here, which is very common in a heat-based race. From experience, every time we get ready, that's when we start just to get back used to it and get ourselves into it. So I imagine that's what our competitors are doing, literally as we speak, elsewhere.
Yeah, it's quite the flex, to be fair, Croncy, that, like, you know, we have 2 races that we're doing today as opposed to 1. And it's just a testament, really, to the logistics of ATMO Esports and stuff. You know, like, we've gotten things down to a T now so much, and also stability is with us just enough now that we're able to do these things and, like, you know, plan ahead and be able to do, you know, like, so much more with what we have in the verse. And, you know, going forwards, 3-2-3, hopefully we get even more. That's a nice transition there into the chasm for Delta Diadas Racing there into the beginning of what is going to be a very rocky ride.
So there we go. Blackhawks also has reached lap number 4 now, the start of lap number 4. Now, in order to get full points, assume that no one finishes the race today, although it does look like we are going to see some points. The 90% rule, in order to get essentially full points for where you are positioned, will essentially be halfway through lap 4. So Blackhawks getting very close now to getting a sort of confirmed solid amount of points. And then, as we said earlier, points will be awarded based on how much of the original scheduled race distance you covered. So previous year, oh no, I've got to stop talking.
No.
People are exploding. We have Renlos Malik from Star Prime Racing, and there's the body. This is why we watch. This is shameful.
Oh, the
you can't
humanity.
just watch a body. This is terrifying. Yeah, if in previous years, we've had the case where if you had a DNF that was before 90%, you were just awarded 0 points. So that is a little different this year. So you still will get points based on your positioning, just less than if you cross the finish line, which still sort of makes sense.
Right. And then there were 3, Croncy. We're now down to Blackhawks, Catcom Alpha, and Delta Dietis Racing.
Yeah, Catcom just now getting into there for the 23-minute mark.
All right. So far, so good. Again, I mean, like, Blackhawk has been our consistently fastest racer with a 6-minute and 46 second lap time. With Circa Worm from Catcom Alpha in second place there has a lap time of 7 minutes and 25 seconds, 0.27. So, yeah, there's a bit of a gap there. That being said, I'm not too sure if Ludox has let up a bit on the throttle or if they're still going as fast as possible. But so far, so good for them.
I mean, I feel like with a lap time like that, you know, a 6:46, and for reference, for comparison, our other 2 competitors, Catcom Alpha, their fastest time is a 7:25. Delta Dietis, their fastest time is an 8:36. I feel like if you're getting a 6:46 and they've hit each lap, like they've been in first place for a very long time now. They were even at the start of the pack right at the beginning, right? I imagine they haven't been letting up very much at all. Now, it's a team that we haven't been watching very much because they don't have their lights on. So it would be very boring for us to be watching essentially nothing. just trying to sort of guess where the dust clouds are in the night. But they're absolutely smashing it.
That's right. They're proving exactly what you can do with this bike, even in the middle of the night here. Although I do believe they are still missing a strut, and with 1 lap to go, I mean, it's only going to be one more risky lake transition, and that's going to be the end of their race here. But so far, so good. I believe this is still Delta Dietis Racing, 3rd place, being chased here by cameraman Officer Rondog as they make their way to the last few moments here of the river run, Croncy.
Yeah. And this turn here, you will recognize if you've been doing racing.
Right.
While we use this track, this part is actually part of the track. And it's what I call extremely annoying. There's a turn coming up right here. I always forget to turn left really hard and see that little opening in the trees. I always end up eating myself off into that forever. It is a pain, and I can't believe that Duncan would do that to me, and it is entirely his fault.
All right. And there we go. Okay, so here we are with the race leader.
We do have image of Ludox. Yeah.
And yeah, doing good so far. For some reason, racing without any lights. I wonder why. Maybe perhaps using the lights slows them down. They're faster in the dark or something crazy.
Well, it's a little interesting. There's a lot of times, especially when there aren't storms, right, where lights can kind of be a hindrance sometimes. They can just be a little bit awkward with your eyes, as well as, you know, I imagine they've got the like personal lighting settings and whatnot for this that they've figured out. It is interesting to note, though, that Ludox already essentially halfway through the river. And so this is going to be another very quick lap for Blackhawks, assuming they're able to cross the finish line again. So, yeah, quite a bit of difference between our 3 teams here that at the moment appear to be the teams that are going to finish up. And last year was the same. We had 3 teams finish up, and that was it. So they definitely know something we don't. I did want to mention as well, we were talking a little bit about how, you know, the Delta Dietis, they had the Dragonfly that was missing I think the back right strut. Shields, since last year, Shields got removed from most Graveler bikes, which has made for interesting interactions because the Gravelers themselves became more useful. They seemed to, over the last year, react to desync a little bit less, so you would survive a little bit more with them. But now they essentially just have less HP as well without the shields, so they still tend to explode at kind of the same rate. Which has been, I don't know, it's been an interesting thing to try to navigate to figure out the best way to operate these vehicles.
Yeah, it's an interesting change. I do believe the X1 Force is one of the only Graveler vehicles now that does still have a shield on it, and with gold standard you can actually press a button and pop it out and look at it and stuff. And I suppose remove it to make it like bikes and such, so the people on bikes aren't too OP if they're going to try and mow down an entire platoon of players.
Now, this is also one of the really interesting tracks we talked about how essentially this track is an arena commander. It's a much smaller version of the track,
Right.
but pretty much from halfway through the river, and what the track is. Essentially, it's the same river, it's just got some terrain pieces put out. Now, it's had its fair share of issues on arena commander, so it hasn't been everyone's favorite to race around. But this is probably one of the first times where we've had a track in the System 7 that you can practice for in Arena Commander if you wanted to, and you can use that to your advantage. Normally, you know, I'm so used to our competitors, like they put in the hard work and they put in the hours of, you know, going to each of these locations, spending hours upon hours there, dying, you know, when they're trying to improve their times, and then it taking an hour and a half to an hour to get back to that location, reset up, restart, all this other stuff. It's been really awesome to be able to see people go into AC and actually do these sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, before it's been an endurance in more ways than one. It's really cool that now we have this ability to be able to go and practice properly, being able to track everything, so you have the official leaderboards in tow as well. It's really made for making racing a lot more accessible for the player base as well. So, you know, fingers crossed we see more of this, you know, like CIG will add more of these tracks to Arena Commander as well. They're able to render entire planets in AC, because why not? So like, you know, like as they have been cooperating with ATMO Esports, with SCR to add more of their tracks into the game, it'd be really cool to see that, because, you know, then we'll see this level of competition boiled down even more as players get even more time to practice these races, Croncy.
Yeah, definitely. So Blackhawks have reached lap number 5. So it's only going to be about 7-ish, 8 minutes, hopefully, until we see our very first team cross the finish line. Capcom Alpha and Delta died is still a fair way back. Once again, because we were watching Blackhawks and they had their lights off, I imagine this is not Blackhawks. I think this will be Delta Diadus again, because we're at Officer Rondog. Just now entering the river on their 4th lap. So, yeah, they've been solid. They've just been a lot slower.
That's right. Again, slow and steady, because at the end of the day, provided they make the way 90% of the way through this track, they will be coming home with the points that you'll get for being in 3rd place, you know, and that's going to be a very, very, I mean, like, every point matters in the System 7, you know, like, it is a matter of consistency, you know, like, if you can place high consistently, you're going to get more points, you're going to, you know, make sure you end up in the podium, you know, like, so be as slow as you want, you know, get those points. There isn't much competition anymore, you know, like, it's just you, yourself, and the rocks.
Yeah. I also imagine, we were talking again about how most of the teams this year are full teams of 4 or teams of 3. There's a lot more, I guess, support crew in your teams this year than there has been in previous years. Another advantage of that is, all right, cool, let's try race number 1. Oh no, race number 1 turns out is extremely volatile, right? And this has happened before, and it's totally reasonable. Well, what that means is you just, you know, like, look, I'm here for points. I'm just not going to. We're just not going to practice race number 1. We're going to focus on race number 2 for the heat, or race number 3, and so on. And you're going to see that over the course of the entire System 7, and it's going to change depending on the team. It's going to change depending on the racer's favorite vehicles. It's going to change based on the region that you're in, all that sort of stuff.
True.
The like real hope, I think, for the System 7 in some time is that we can have, at least I'm hoping, is that we can have like region-specific System 7s, right? Like, oh, here we go. Here's my Oceanic System 7 where everyone's got, you know, less than 100 ping and they're all in the same region. That's the goal one day. So if you are out there and that's a thing that you would also want to do, then you just got to sign up for next year. Maybe one year we can make it happen if we get enough signups.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely possible, right? And that's going to be a very interesting thing in and of itself once we do get server meshing, because the whole idea of choosing your region is going to be, I imagine it'll exist, but like, it's going to be a lot more nebulous, right? Like, we don't really know how the like the shard configurations are going to work. I mean, like because if you want like a seamless transition from, let's say, like Hurston to ArcCorp, and Hurston has its own server and ArcCorp has its own server, and we're using static server meshing, then like within that shard, I mean, like is Hurston going to be EU? Is ArcCorp going to be Oceania? Like, how is it going to work for a shard? I wonder. But yeah,
that's No, I don't. I think I'm not sure where you're getting that idea of where it might be. The way that it at least has been presented, and because once again we've been able to test it recently. Did you see that date?
Right. I did.
The way that it essentially works is you will always be, at the very least, you will always be in a region locked, and the different shards will still be within that region.
Within that region.
If you go into US, you go to ArcCorp and person, they're both still going to be US.
Okay. All right. Okay.
That's what it'll be like for the foreseeable future. I think we all want that one day of literally everyone playing the game on server, but unfortunately, until we solve like faster line communications, I don't think that's going to be feasible.
That's a fair point. Yeah. They had spoken about single shard, and maybe perhaps the idea of single shard has kind of changed in favor of multiple shards and you know, all that. But I don't know, maybe with dynamic server meshing, like where things aren't set in stone, where servers are spooled up as is necessary, we might see some of that. But for the meantime, with static, it makes sense to have each shard you know, be a constellation of like of the same region. So yeah, I feel that.
So there we go. So this will be Delta Dietus crossing the finish line to enter their lap number 5 as well. If we can, I know we don't have any lights, but if we can get a shot of Blackhawks just to see where they are at the moment, that would be fantastic. So yeah, very far into the river right now, as you can tell, using our very fancy ping technique in order to see the track here. But yeah, Ludox, that means they have officially crossed the 90% mark. Obviously, they still want to finish so that they can confirm first place, but they will be getting full points confirmed already there. So yeah, I think we're going to see 3 teams cross the line today.
Yeah, I mean, like, we do have 3 in lap 3, so it makes sense. I mean, they've gotten this far with their endurance, so yeah, I mean, like, I don't necessarily want to jinx things, but I think, however, Cronzy, that's the issue. Whenever we say we don't want to jinx things, that's when things actually do get jinxed. So moving swiftly on, people might be wondering why it is that for the ship that's chasing first place, they're using the scan ping as opposed to using the ship's own headlights. That's so that the cameras do not interfere with the perspective of the racer. Everything is down to the racer and how the racer wants the race to work, and so there's no outside interference. So yeah. So far,
as much as we can, we want to
here.
avoid that.
Right.
So yeah, Blackhawks in first, Capcom in second, Delta Dietus in third. And with that, it means we definitely know where everyone else is positioned. So once again, I did mention before, and I've been posting in the Twitch chat, essentially, if you complete 90% of the race or more, that's essentially where your position will be. You will still get points based on how far you competed. However, if you did less than 75% of the race, those points will be diminished. So we'll get confirmation of where all of those points end up landing, hopefully before the end of the second race of our heats that we'll be doing right after this. But yeah, a bit of a shame. This track is extremely hard. And like I said, it's extremely luck-based. But clearly we've had a couple of teams get their luck in order for this one and smash it
Get
through.
your luck
I'm
in
still
order.
surprised just how fast. Get your luck in order. Come on. I'm still amazed how fast Blackhawks have been able to finish their laps, though, with all of that in mind. It is one of those situations, and it will happen in some races where you're just like, look, I know that I'm probably going to explode on a flip of a coin, so I'm just going to go really fast anyway and hope that I can get 8 coin flips right. Let's see.
I mean, so far it's been working in their favor here. You can see this is Ludox here. That's their point of view. That's the finish line. You can see those 2 ships, the 2 Carracks there, which denote the finish line there as Ludox approaches. But there's no fanfare here, as of course there is no competition. Ludox owning the race here. coming in first place. The total race time
Well,
of 37 minutes and 45 seconds.
Our first finisher for our first race, and not to mention, one of our three teams that auto qualified from last year, and a lovely post-game explosion, which I love to see. Speaking of, I did see at the finish line, one of those Carracks was just like on fire at the bottom, which I imagine means one of those teams that got into lap number 2 smashed into the Carrack as they were. There you go. You can see it there. I think they must have smashed into it as they came around. Capcom Alpha.
Right.
Capcom Alpha just had an incident on lap number 5. Circo Worm is dead. Now, we don't know where Delta Dietis are at the moment, but Delta Dietis may be able to get past where Capcom Alpha were, and as long as they do, that will lock them in for second place. They just have to... They're getting into the river. That's more than 90% of it completed, so they've guaranteed locked in one of these positions. But I do want to know where Capcom Alpha exploded. This could be a big deal, because I mean, maybe you just take it as slow as you can, guarantee the finish line. But this is a little spicy.
So we heard, at least you and I heard a second ago from production that they said death at the finish line. I wonder if that fiery, like a pit right by the Carrack was like a Circo Worm who hit the Carrack as opposed to going past it.
It is possible. Like I said, Delta Dietis was behind Circo Worm by a fair amount.
Right.
They're our slowest team that was still competing with a best time of 8:36. Right, so a full minute, more than a full minute slower than Capcom Alpha's best time. So it is very possible that is what happened. I don't know. We'll have to get confirmation once we finish up. Apparently, about 200 meters from the Carrack was the explosion from Capcom Alpha. So if that costs them second place, that is super rough.
We will see very shortly, because so far so good. They can go as slow as they want here, because surely slowly and steadily has been doing good for them so far here, Croncy.
It's definitely been doing something for Delta Dietis for sure. Yeah, one of the only other teams that we saw with a really slow approach was Argo Navis, who finished their first lap after 9 minutes and 9 seconds. Unfortunately, they then exploded in their second lap. I think also in the flatter section, not the river, which I expected most of the collisions and explosions would be in the river or the entrance to the river. I'm not sure that's exactly what happened, as we've been watching a lot of these top competitors for the most part of this race. But yeah, it's certainly possible. Anyone who's taken a Graveler vehicle out in Star Citizen knows just how fragile these vehicles can be.
We have confirmation from Circo Worm in chat that they got foiled by the very last tree of the entire course there.
Rigged. CIG spawned a tree in front of it. This may be the least amount of competitors we've had cross the finish line in a race in System 7 history. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to double check that. We tend to at least have like one race a year where we have like maybe 3 or 4 teams cross the finish line.
Right.
In fact, this race last year was that. We had 3 people cross the finish line last year.
With only 2 left, I think it might be actually.
Yeah, I think it is the case. So another one for the record books, regardless. Tick that one off. And hopefully, I am really hoping that this track gets a little bit more interesting as we get into the new patches.
Oh, for sure. At the very least, I mean, like, it'd be really interesting to see if the new water shader is affected in the river, you know, like by vehicles like this flying past, because at the end of the day, you know, even if it's the exact same course and the vehicles move the exact same way, it's going to look so much more cinematic.
Yeah, for sure. So Delta Dietis approaching the lake now, not too much further to go. Essentially, like one more major obstacle that we've been talking about. We saw a couple of explosions there before. The transition from river to lake can be a little bit finicky here. Oh,
right.
could be a,
This is your favorite part of the track as well, chicaning through these trees.
It's just, it's not because it's a bad turn. It's honestly because I'm a bad racer. I just hate coming around that corner because it's so deceptive and makes me think that I can take it a lot wider than I actually can, and I inevitably just end up slamming into some trees. If you guys want to check out this track, a reminder that you can essentially right now on Arena Commander. I keep forgetting what it is called on Arena Commander, but it should be River Run. I think it's River Run.
River Run or something, yeah.
It is essentially this track, but they've got different terrain. They've got like a crashed satellite there as well and some extra stuff. It's got some frame rate issues, but I've been told personally by Duncan that a bunch of fixes coming for that in 3.23.
Nice.
And I'm very excited for that because personally it's one
We're
of my
on the
favorite
home
tracks. It's got a nice
straight,
jump to it. It's
Croncy.
very cool. Yep.
I do wonder if they're gonna make it. They've dodged all the trees. I think that is second place in the bag. All they have to do now is fly through, and there it is. Delta Dietus Racing securing second place for our first race of the System 7.
Congratulations, racers. A very explosive start to the System 7. Couldn't help myself just there. But well done. No, thank you. I'm actually a master of puns, is what they call me. Well done, Blackhawks and Delta Dietus for finishing that one up. Capcom Alpha will be third place. They completed more than 90% of the track, so they're going to be full points for third place. We will confirm all of the other points leaderboard. Apparently, has already been updated. So that was quick. Here we go. Here are our points. So like we said, there are those diminished points for our 4th through 8th place there, as they finished less than 75% of the race. But still, in my opinion, a much better rules change than we had in previous years. So well done to our competitors. Blackhawks with 25 points, Delta Dietus 18, Capcom Alpha with 12, Star Prime 4, Novak 3, Amarok's Fang 2, Argo Navis with 2, and the rest of our teams with 1 point apiece to start off with. That's the first race already done. That was really quick.
Yeah, and what an advantage now Blackhawks have going into this next race, because this is not the end of our day here, Croncy. All our 16 races have one more race to do and one more opportunity in order to try and get some points on the board.
Yeah, so we're going to be moving very soon over to... I'm trying to remember that. We've got so many fancy names for all of the racetracks again this year.
It's called the Cold Snap Speedway.
Cold Snap, thank you. It's like every year someone has to come up with like a fancier, funnier, like microtech, cold-themed map track name. So we will be heading over to Cold Snap very, very soon to start our heat-based races, where we're going to be using the Nox. So height is going to be a lot less of an issue with this one, as we're essentially going to be on the frozen frozen lake for the majority of the race. But that means that your obstacles on your sides, all of that terrain that you've got to avoid, becomes much more of an issue. So I feel like we're going to see a lot faster races, but a lot of the collisions are going to come from tight turns and whatnot.
That's right, especially when it comes down to practice and stuff. Even though we're going to have 4 racers per heat, that still means that you have 3 other Gravlev bikes to watch out for as obstacles as well, though, Croncy.
Yep. Oh, some lovely shots there of, I imagine, Tressler.
I got 15.
That's right.
I imagine that is Tressler. Be weird if it was somewhere else.
I mean, are those ships or are those asteroids?
Who knows?
Floating about around it.
Have to ram one to find out. I think those are actually the turrets, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, right, yes.
Turrets that are outside the station. Well, with that, we're going to go on a little break, guys, while we wait for our competitors to get ready for the next race. But it should be very quick, as if you did watch that race that we had just then, our competitors have had ample time to get themselves ready. It is almost time for race number 2, System 7, 2954, presented by Equinox. We'll see you guys soon.
Fox, Spartan, Imrock's Fang, and Star Prime. You need 4 is Novak, Delta Diet, and SPG and Punch Novies. Last vehicle's coming on in right now.
We have just had what has been probably the most explosive race that the System 7 has ever had. And we're going to be moving swiftly on to race number 2 very shortly. Croncy, man, how was that race for you, man? That was crazy.
And I'm also muted on there. There we go. Sorry. Hello, everyone. I was just giving you all free gift cards to Star Citizen, so now none of you will get any money. Sucks to be you guys. Anyway, what I was saying. Yes, it was extremely explosive. I was still surprised that that we only had 2 people finish. I thought we would be
right.
I truly thought we would have no one finish the entire race. It's just such a rough track. It's one of those tracks that's really cool, and I'm really excited to see it in the future. But a couple of things need to, like, you know, sort of put themselves a bit more together in the game in order for it to really, really shine. But it's still such a cool track. So it's one that I really hope we continue doing over the course of the next couple of years. But 1 year, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I liked it. I did ask for it pretty much. I was like, I do hope somebody explodes, you know, like, why not all of them? We were so close, 2 ships to go, you know, like, it was unfortunate. We lost Circle Worm 200 meters from the finish line to the last tree in the entire course. But yeah, you know, like, hopefully, you know, like, as the System 7 progresses for this season, we will see, you know, some more explosions, but perhaps also we'll see some more ships left on the track. I mean, with this next one, we have 6 heats of 4 racers. So I do believe that, and the track itself, as you mentioned, was flat too. So like, I do believe we'll see a very different kind of race, moving from endurance to a much more skill-based racetrack, which I do believe a lot of these racers have had a lot of time to practice as well, Croncy.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really interesting one as well. We were talking about how, you know, we had a couple of vehicle changes for some of these races, and for this one we're actually using the Nox, and by far the Nox is like the most used graveler vehicle in all of the Arena Commander tracks right now. It's just so fast, it's consistent, so we're going to see some speed. It's going to be really good. Now, it sounds like we already have some cams ready to go, but I would like to, just before we look at that, if we can look at the map track map.
The track map, yes, for the Cold Snap Speedway.
Cold Snap, that'd be really good, just so I can show everyone what we're going to be looking at today. Once again, we're going to be on Noxus today here on Microtech. We are on the frozen lake, so it is completely flat for where you are actually positioned, which means, for the most part, pretty much all of the races, I would imagine, are going to be at the lowest ride height for the maximum amount of speed, and essentially also the best maneuverability. So a lot of the skill for this one comes into how good you are at taking these turns, and in that little ice grip there, how good you are at not ramming into other competitors. As you can see on that turn there from ice grip into Frostbite Pass, it's really, really tight. So, yeah, should be a very, very interesting one to look at there. In addition, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard so that you guys can see exactly how last race went and where we are sitting at going into race number 2. Still can't believe we're doing 2 races in one day and it's going this fast. It's kind of crazy. Blackhawks was able to finish that one up pretty quickly. Not to mention, even though we had as many explosions as we did, they still finished the race very fast. They actually went for some really fast laps. So they got their first place, 25 points for them. Delta Dietus finishing second at 18 points. All of our other team members, unfortunately, exploded. But Kakam Alpha were able to pick up 3rd place, getting 12 points. Star Prime Racing getting 4. Novak Racing getting 3. Amarox Fan getting 2. Argo Navas getting 2. And the rest of our teams getting 1.
All right. And, yeah, so if we go back to that track map real quick, I mean, like, you did mention that, like, obviously, the racers will be, for the most part, strafed all the way down, hugging the ice, going as fast as possible. But there is one thing that I feel like isn't necessarily like factored in very much, and that's the fact that, like, normally when you're doing these races and you're doing a time trial, it's you, yourself, and your line. However, you have 3 other racers to contend with, so if you have a very similar line and a very similar, like, speed as somebody else, you have that to contend with as well. You know, like, there's, I suppose, some degree of trusting in the other person, like, using your exact line, but otherwise, you know, there is still going to be a lot of room here for some explosions, Croncy, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it. It's just going to be one of those things where the explosions are, yeah, due to a lot more skill versus luck, you know, and I think that's where we're going to see this sort of highlighted the most.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we've had a little bit of an issue at the racetrack. We've had some deaths. So why don't we go over the prizes that these people are going to be competing for over the next month and a half again. We'll get that up for you guys in a sec. If you didn't know, System 7, every year we have some amazing prizes that we give out to our top 3 teams at the end of the event. There's a nice little bonus there. So there you go. First place this year, getting that fantastic members jacket, as well as some Rover Lynxes and Crusader Hercules C2, so that you can move those rovers around, or you move those dragonflies around, whatever you need in order to participate in next year's race.
That's right. And of course, in 2nd and 3rd place, they get slightly smaller trophies that don't say 1st place. They'll also be getting themselves some jerseys, and 2nd place gets themselves the Origin 400i with an X1 velocity to boot. And of course, the 3rd place will be getting themselves a CNOU Nomad and a hover quad as well. So those are the prizes for our contestants, Croncy. I was looking at the map earlier, by the way, and I noticed, and even though we're not using the X1 velocity today, and we're moving into using Noxes, the silhouette of that racetrack does have a very sneaking, look at that. It looks just like the X1, doesn't it? It even has like the leg flap.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I can sort of see it. I'll tell you what it looks a little bit more like. The vehicle that Starset has sort of been posting on all their socials recently, some little spoilerinis for them, that appears to be another new Nova vehicle. Looks a little bit more like that. It's got like a weird, as far as we can tell from what they posted up on Twitter, it's got like a weird lip at one end. Not really sure what it's going to be. I imagine, hopefully, we'll see it next year for next year's System 7.
True. Got like some rounded edges to it and stuff as well. I mean, like, the only ship that really does rounded bits really is MISC, but who knows? I mean, it could be Mirai. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm curious, man. We have so many Graveler vehicles, but CIG this year said, not enough.
I mean, look, they introduced the X1, certainly a crowd favorite. It's unfortunately just one of those instances where it's just not as good as some of the other hover vehicles right now, and so it's not seeing as much play, I guess. But it's, I mean, it's one of the most beautiful ones they've released.
100%.
It is.
Like, you know, you'd think that they would have tuned the X1 to be like OP or something, you know? Because it's so brand new, you'd expect that it'd be like up there, but no, it's actually balanced, or at the very least, it's not as OP as the other ships.
Yeah, no, it's really not. It did have one interesting case that I noticed with it. I took it out to Daymar to check it out when the Daymar rally was happening, and it felt a lot healthier than the Nox would in those situations. And the X1 is like pretty fast in comparison to the Dragonfly, but unfortunately you still have that instance of essentially what we just saw in race number 1, where the Dragonfly is just so resilient that it was still essentially like the choice to make, you know. So while it might not be as fast as the fastest, while it might not be as resilient, I am hoping it gets its little time machine.
True. End of the day, it's an Origin jump work ship, so it's not supposed to be either. It's supposed to be sleek, you know. It's supposed to be. It's more like a statement than it is like something that's supposed to be climbing the meta. But who knows? I mean, with the future of the game, with things like tunings and that kind of stuff as well. But yeah. So we're just waiting now for our racers to get ready. We've had a little bit of a disruption. However, could we have a look again at the AVS charity events? We may as well mention that one more time today for race number 2. So next month, or I guess the month after now, the date has changed to June the 8th. Avenger Squadron and ATMO Esports are going to be having a fight or flight style event called the Flight for Kids charity tournament, raising money for the Sick Kids Hospital in Canada. And yeah, if you guys are interested in that, you can go check out AVS. You can, I don't know if signups are still open, but you can go check it out. And yeah, this should be just in time for 3-2-3 as well. So we're going to be seeing some high level of play competition for master modes and everything else for the combat, or the space combat side of Star Citizen.
Yeah, it should be the first sort of competitive master modes tournament. At least of this scale when it comes out. It's going to be great to see Avenger 1 teaming up with ATMO for that event. So, yeah, make sure you guys check that one out. Should be a lot of fun and should also help us, see what the future of competitive space combat in the way that we get to see it through Final Flight may end up being for the foreseeable future.
So I did hear that they are raising money for like sim pods for for these kids. Like I think the goal is to make so I'm calling them sim pods because obviously citizens know what a sim pod is, right? But it's not quite that. They're called go-karts, and they're raising money for 2 of these things to be able to essentially have some games consoles equipped to them. So as the kids are recovering and getting better in hospital, they can do something, while they are there and while they're getting better. Like when I was younger, like when I was a kid once, anyway, I had an operation, and like at a hospital there was like the I think it was like a NES system, so like and I still remember playing Gauntlet with with a whole bunch of other kids who were like also like getting better and stuff. So yeah, I feel like it's a really cool thing that they're doing. Gaming is for everyone, everyone at every time. And yeah, I'm just excited to see all that too. Yeah.
That's fantastic. So it sounds like we have a new Hercules out. We've got some new vehicles coming out in a second, getting ready for this first heat. We've gone through 1 race today. We've got 6 left, and our first heat today is going to be Captain Chaos from Lease Motorsport, Isotope from Venture Origins 2, I want to say Yakin Oken from Wildcards Racing, and Luce 08 from Premier Core Colonial.
All right.
Where are you going with this, Maya? Who do you think is going to take top spot of heat number 1?
Well, I mean, Lease Motorsport showed us some really, really, really fast times over in the qualifier Croncy, so I think all eyes, or at least my 2, are gonna be on them. We'll see if they can do what they did for the Gravlev bikes. I mean, or it's for the PTVs with the Gravlev bikes. I think another team to watch. I mean, all these are really like interesting teams. Isotope was really fast with their Dragonfly earlier on in race number 1. There was just an issue, of course, with the terrain and exploding and stuff at the night. But Wildcard Racing, apparently, from what I could see in chat, this is their first ATMO Esports racing event. They're new to racing altogether. So it's going to be interesting to see with little to nothing to lose, how they do, and how it would be cool to see if they outshine other racers. But when it comes down to it, Croncy, I think I have my money on Lease Motorsport. Or at least I have my UEC on them, to be fair. What about yourself?
Well, purely going off qualifiers last or 2 weeks ago, Lease Motorsport were our top qualifier period, even beating out our pre-qualifying times from Punch Namies, Blackhawks, and Amarok's Fang. They pulled a 1:15.482 to actually qualify for the System 7. So they're obviously a huge favorite in this heat. However, their competitors were right next to them, right? So once again, they're going to be competing against Premier Core Colonial, who were literally the next fastest with a 1:16.224 for teams that needed to qualify. So it is going to be an extremely tough first heat. The only teams that I would maybe not want to compete against other than those 2 would be our pre-qualified teams. They have obviously a lot more experience participating in these really team-based events that we've seen in the previous years. Them actually specifically say, this person's going to run our Gravlevs, this person's going to run our PTVs, and so on. So I'm going to say Premier Core Colonial because they were also probably one of the most impressive teams at our final practice that we had about a month ago. Yeah, like to see what they can do. So that's where my UEC goes.
All right. It's cool to see all the love in chat for all these different groups as well. We have some guys shouting in chat for Lease Motorsport and also Wildcards too. Best of luck to all these teams as we go into the first heat. But yeah, I mean, all things considered, man, I'm looking forward to it because again, with the Clio track on the in Arena Commander, I do feel as if like it's put a fire in me for watching these shorter like grab left races and stuff, and to have that but with the ATMO treatment is going to be really fun to watch for sure, Croncy.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic one. We were on such a roll today. It was such a good start. Now we've had that one unfortunate issue. So we're going to come back in a little bit, guys, with our teams getting ready once again. Hopefully we'll be seeing them nice and ready at the starting line. We've got technically 6 more races coming at you, but once we start heat number 1, it's going to be right after the other guys. It's going to be back to back to back to back. So stay tuned. Race number 2 of the System 7 very, very soon. See you soon. reverse snake pit, which at the moment, just in general, on every form, reverse snake pit has been a ton of fun. We're going to be using the Tumbril Cyclone RC. However, Maya, if you're familiar, which to be fair, it's very possible 323 could be in the works or in some sort of stage that we can play it when this comes out. But if you're not familiar, boost no longer exists. We can't boost with the Cyclone RCs anymore. So it's going to be an extremely different race versus last year. We first off are running it backwards, but then in that, also not having boost. So now it's all going to be about how consistent your turns are and consistent your lines are. And if you want to be risky on that big long pipe that goes over the course of the entire snake pit and want to risk falling over. What do you think, Maya? You've had a chance to have a look at it now and you've seen this one. What do you think of the track?
I mean, of the track is a pretty interesting one. Honestly, like you mentioned, right? Like this is your favorite like track of all the ones that we're going to be doing. So I think that like when it comes down to it, like there's some pressure on the track, not just the racers, but the snake that we have for the Gravlev race, like in Arena Commander, that's not reverse though, is it? That's the normal way around. You don't go over the pipe.
We have both. We don't go over the pipe. We never go over the pipe, but reverse snake pit is now a thing in Arena Commander that you can do in the Gravlevs, and is personally one of my favorite tracks to do on Arena Commander right now. I love snake pit ever since they introduced it in, I want to say 317 whatever, before it was in Arena Commander or anything. It was like one of the 317 patches where they introduced it. They dressed it up around and they made this nice cool track for the racing community. And then using Gravlevs and Cyclones on it has been a ton of fun. Also, not to mention taking some Nova Tonks on the snake pit and doing a little bit of racing, but with guns active has also been quite a lot of fun. So this is going to be a very exciting one, especially to see just how different it is versus last year.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, because, of course, we used to use the Cyclone RC as our qualifying vehicle back in the Stanton 7. The Cyclone RC does have a close place in my heart. It's also red, which is a good color to be for a vehicle. So
this is actually the first year we haven't done that track with the Cyclone RC as our qualifiers. It's the first year we've done it every year, but so it's been exciting to watch and see how different it is.
Yeah, it'll be nice to have a return to form to the Cyclone RC. Some of our older racers will obviously have more time on this vehicle in general, so it'd be cool to see them come through and see what they can do. It's sad we didn't get to see Current Team Racing go through, obviously, because of that unfortunate accident that happened in the qualifier, because of course that's one of their trusty vehicles, right? That's the one they always go for and stuff. But yeah, altogether, race 3 is going to be pretty interesting. I don't believe there are any changes from this, there are no vehicle changes or anything. What you see here is what you're going to be getting in 2 weeks time, right?
Yeah, the only thing that is different about the Cyclone RC that we've seen in the last really few years is when they did the updates to ground vehicles. The Cyclone RC got hit very hard and now has no boost, but it means it has its own Let's move on to race number 4, which you guys will be seeing. Race number 4 and 5 we are doing in 4 weeks time on the same day, similar to what we're doing today, and that one is going to be Cargo Crisis with the Grey Cat STV. I love these little platforms that are around that you can do this little racing with around the cargo spaces and whatnot. And we're going to be doing this around in a PTV. STV,
the Montreal team really outdid themselves, honestly, with all these little locations, because there is no feasible gameplay to be had here within within Horizon, but we've made it. We made that feasible gameplay, you know.
They said you can't ground vehicle on a cloud planet, and we just said that's a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very intricate track. It's very well thought out. I am looking forward to this one a lot. There's a bit of a crossover there in the center, so there is a chance there for our faster racers to meet our slower racers here and have an argument, swap insurance information. But yeah, a 10-lap circuit here for this track here for the Cargo Crisis above the clouds of Horizon Croncy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one specifically. I love Horizon so much.
It's going to be good fun. Moving on to race number 5, where we are staying on Horizon and we're going back to the qualifiers to see how our teams do in heats of 4 this time. And let me tell you, it is very different when you only have so much space to move around. You can essentially fit maybe 3 PTVs side to side, but like right on each other at any point in the track. So it's a much tighter situation than we're even going to see here today with race number 2. You guys all got to watch the qualifiers last week. You know that this is going to be very fast. We've had our competitors practice this a ton, not just so they can qualify, but also so they can get the points here. There's something interesting about any of the heat-based races that we do, in that it feels like you get a little bit rewarded more for how much practice you put in, because you've got, you know, the runner-up finals and stuff to go through, rather than just a single race to prove yourself. So that should be an interesting one. We saw, only one explosion during the qualifiers, and essentially almost like no wheels fell off any PTVs. I imagine that is going to very much change when everyone is wheel to wheel with each other.
That's right. I mean, like, we have our fastest racers in the verse now neck and neck here for race 5. So unlike the time trials where they're just by themselves, yeah, we're gonna be having some really fast races. Maybe perhaps not at the beginning heats, but like for the finals and the losers finals for sure. You know, rubbing rubber like on their way to try and get some good times in. I feel like we're gonna see some explosions, because these PTVs, I mean, like, they may look like golf carts, but they're nuclear-powered golf carts.
Let's move on to race number 6 for another new racetrack in the series. This is going to be Whiteout over on, I believe it's, Lyria. So this one we're going to be using the RSI Lynx, the brand new RSI Lynx, the fancier version of the regular Lynx that we finally got to see during the course of the Daymar Rally, which was kind of cool. I do think you are deducted points if you spill any champagne, unfortunately. But yeah, it should be a very interesting one. This one, it's a lot smaller, just for sort of context, it's the same kind of race as race number 1, where it's a bit more of an endurance style, open terrain style race, but a lot smaller, because the Lynx is obviously not as fast as a Dragonfly is. So this is another one where a lot of it is going to be about you practicing this one and figuring out like very specific lines. Every hill, every cavern you want to take, you're going to want to memorize. Yeah, that is race number 6.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, just because, I mean, like, it's a different vehicle. I mean, like, it's the Lynx. Why they chose the Lynx over the Rover, I'm not too sure, but I'm all for it.
I mean, it's just fancier. That's all that matters.
It's just fancier. Deal with it.
And then, of course, we come to race number 7, the final race in the System 7. Back to a favorite, as we are at the end of System 7 with the Lorville Loop. This is our relay-style race that we use here for the System 7, where at each one of those gate checkpoints that you can see are marked there, Gate 3, Gate 4, and Gate 6, they will actually be changing their vehicles and then continuing along their path. Starting off with the STV, heading into an Ursa Rover, then onto the Cyclone RC, and to finish it off with the Drake Dragonflyer, which also is really fun to fly around the back there of Lorville, where you go down into kind of a valley of just death and explosions. So it is a lot of fun. We did get to experience the Lorville Loop with all of the new stuff that Lorville had last year, and it's great. It's super cool looking. It's changed a lot over the course of the years, and it's been great to see it change, but certainly one of my favorite races to watch every single year.
Yeah, I mean, like, so back during the Stanton 7, before the glow up of Lorville, there were some small issues out there with, like, insta-death zones and the way that all that works. This is a whole new world, or at least a whole new Lorville. And yeah, I cannot wait to see how this one works, because it's a very interesting, very well thought out track. The fact you can go grab your vehicles from the gates and stuff and do all this is really interesting. But also, you know, it gives us a chance to showcase, you know, like a CIG's, like, vision, I guess you want to call it, for like how the city is actually set up. Because it's very interesting that there's a whole quarry behind that giant CBD, you know, like the central business district. Like, it's really cool. I mean, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll see at least one explosion with a Dragonfly towards the end if we don't see anything else elsewhere.
Yeah, very much so. So that's all the tracks that you guys are going to be experiencing over the next month and a half or so. Once again, I do want to mention Beacon, the event that is coming up very, very soon that Maya is going to be heading on over to. And I know a bunch of our other ATMO team are going to be there for you guys to meet. Huge event. If you haven't been, please go so I can live vicariously through you. It's a little bit far away to go from Australia, unfortunately. But I always love seeing everyone's videos and images and everything that they take with everyone. Like I said, I'm 90% sure the largest Star Citizen gathering outside of CitizenCon.
Oh, 100%, Croncy, 100%. Yeah, they're the self-styled the Belgian convention for video games, digital arts, and their professions. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a couple days long, I believe. And on May the 10th and 11th, I do believe tickets are still on sale. And yeah, like this Star Citizen, but also DCS, Flight Simulator, Star Wars, and gaming brackets.
Awesome. All right, I think we do have some stuff ready to go. We're going to head over to them now. So we had an issue with heat number 1, so we're actually going to be starting with heat number 2, which for your reference, guys, is going to be Catcom Alpha, Wildcards Racing, Premier
Case on Premier Corps Colonial. Hailing from France, that's Luce 08, who's going to be their racer. We have, of course, another debutante to the Stanton, or the System 7, as it's not called, Wildcards Racing, racer Yakan Oken. We got Circa Worm, who came in a third place in race number 1 from Capcom Alpha. And, of course, we have Maxane from Argo Navis as well. These 4 races are going to be lining up, and it'll be shortly good to go, Croncy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. A reminder of how this is going to work with our heat system is that we have 4 heats. You just need to come first or second in your heat. If you come second, you're going to advance to the runner-up finals. If you get first, you're going to advance to the finals. And that's how you're going to get your points for this one. So it's very different to the race that we just did of how you're going to get your points. So we'll see what's going. Looks like they're about to start. Just waiting on the
right. Yeah, and it might be a dark start to this, but I do believe, according to the timer here, that the sun might rise here on this moon in the next 15 or so minutes here, Croncy. So we're gonna see, at least as viewers, we're gonna see like 2 very different cold snap speedways for sure here.
Yeah, hopefully we do see that, especially because on Microtech, I was just talking, you know, like an hour ago or so when we were talking about the visuals when you are in the green zone of Microtech being very easy to see because there's just not like storms in the green zones for the most part. So it doesn't matter the lighting issues, all that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, we're no longer in the green zone, and so that now does become a problem. Where it is going to be, the wind's going to pick up, you know?
Yeah, in more ways than one. This is going to be a precarious race indeed, so I really do hope that our racers here have practiced. I wonder if we have an aerial view of this map, because I think it might be cool to see. You can see we have 3 racers here ready to go, at the very least 3 racers with their lights on. I think there is one last racer on the far left there who is also good to go.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on our 4th at the moment, just to get up there, just to get ready to go. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Remember, there's a couple of instances in this track where collisions with opponents is going to happen. Or if it's not, it's going to be a thing that's going to force everyone to slow down quite a bit. So get very excited for this. A reminder that this is Heat 2. We're skipping Heat 1 because we had an issue with one of our races. They're going to, you know, that'll happen afterwards. We wanted to get some action for you guys ready. So we've just skipped forward ahead a little bit. But yeah, it should only be a moment of time. We've just got one issue with one racer right now.
That's right. We will head back to Heat 1. They're not going anywhere, so don't worry about it.
No. Here we go. I do see the timer has started. So do you want to take this one, Maya, or am I going to take this first one?
You can take this, and then I'll take the next one.
Okay. We got a lot of heat, so me and Maya are going to get a lot of recordings of ourselves doing our countdowns. But the 1 minute timer has started, so very excited.
All right. Okay, I don't know why.
Who have you got going? Who have you got going? Quickly, who's going to win?
Oh, dude. I mean, like,
Because it's T2.
Let's go, Argo Navis. Ah!
Argo Navis. All right, I'm gonna go for Premier Core Colonial. I think
all right.
They're gonna take this one.
Cheaters.
All right,
I mean,
15
they're not cheaters. You're a cheater for choosing the
Good luck,
fastest
competitors.
qualifier.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Heat number 2. All right, so the delay is about 3 seconds. I feel like I can time myself for that if I try hard enough.
Okay,
Very fast out of the gates here. Once again, this was going to be one of the races where we're going to see some speed as they are on the lake. So there are obviously still terrain things for our competitors to watch out for, but you don't need to worry as much about changing your height, which means you can essentially go as fast as you can the entire race.
Yeah, and it looks like 2 racers here are doing just that. They're neck and neck. Oh no, a first explosion and 1 dead stop. What just happened?
I think, yeah, 1 explosion and then I think 1 collision, but they seem to be alive. That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. You could see they were trying to cut in on that line there, but they did seem to collide with, you can see these big, I don't know if it's ice or rocks, whatever these big sort of glacier-esque things are. Colliding with one of those coming out of that turn. And that has given, whoever we're watching right now, has given them the opportunity to make that time up, come around that turn. And, they started off slow, but they're making their way through now.
Yeah, rip Ava Rhea there. That was unfortunate, but yeah, so far so good. Look at this racer right now in the front, hugging the ice as low as possible, going as fast as possible around this cut as well. They are taking no chances here. Or in fact, I guess they're doing the opposite, Croncy. They're going super fast. But what's going on? What's interesting to see is that both racers have
too wide. Too wide. That's one of those sections that we were talking about where it really sort of corrals them in between the center there. Came around that turn very fast, but unfortunately a little bit too wide, slamming into the rock or the hill. It was a little bit hard to tell there, but either way, just going right into the side of it. It's super cool how fast you can go on this track, but it does mean if you ever have a turn like that, it's almost guaranteed death. Capcom Alpha is going to be our first across the line here. We'll get there we go. AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing do have the DNF, which means if Argo Navis get past where AAWA are, we definitely have our first and second slot. The question is going to be who's going to come first, who's going to come second.
Yeah, what's been interesting has been exactly when these racers choose to apply boost, because we saw oh wow, another collision there, but somehow they did not explode. But yeah, essentially around certain straights you would see one racer just overtake at maximum speed while one goes slow, and then the other one will then reciprocate on another turn. It does seem I guess obviously not all racers train together, so not all racers have the same kind of knowledge of the track, or at the very least the same understanding of when to use the boost and how to use the boost. But yeah, I mean so far it's ended up in two competitors out of 4 here, well, unfortunately not being able to make it through.
Yeah, it's super rough, but it's just the Nox is just so fast. It's so fast. It's also really interesting, once again, because we've now got the ability to take it through Arena Commander and run through all of these Gravlev races. It's really interesting to see sort of where the Nox, where the limits of the Nox turning is. I would highly recommend anyone who wants to give Gravlevs a try in Arena Commander, go and head over to there and try to do Cleo Islands. It's going to be a great track to actually kind of describe what's happening here. It's very similar in a lot of aspects to how this one runs. And it'll sort of show you that a lot of it really just does come down to finding the sweet spot for your turns, because you'll be going fast, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen it, I've tried it, I wasn't so good at it myself. I mean, again, when it comes down to it, watching these guys, I mean, it takes a lot, I want to say, for almost every single vehicle, I mean, the PTV included, to get up and get past that skill floor and, be able to land these times consistently without collisions and all that stuff. It's really cool to see people take it this far, to this level. And yeah, so far, I mean, we have Catcom Alpha here doing just that. Circa Worm there, 3rd place in our last Gravlev race here, coming through yet again to show us how it's done, Croncy.
Yeah, definitely. We have Circuit Worm. Current fastest lap is a 137.54. Max Zane still on their lap number 2, as far as I can tell. Fastest lap at 2:39. I imagine they're just taking it nice and slow now, just to confirm that they get that second place position, or possibly waiting on Circuit Worm to perhaps go a little bit too hard on one of these turns. I mean, this speed is incredibly intense and not very self-preservational. So we could see anything happen before the end of the race. A reminder that it is 5 laps today for each of these heats, but as you can tell, incredibly fast. And there we go, Argonavas getting into the 3rd lap there. Current total time, 5 minutes, 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like, when it comes down to it, I mean, Capcom Alpha here with a fast lap of 1 minute and 37 seconds, .54 is just shy of 1 minute. I mean, 1 minute faster than Maxon from Argo Navis there. So yeah, like I think we got a clear-cut racer here who will make it to the winners final. Oh, we just saw an explosion right behind. Was that Maxon?
There is always an equal chance, regardless of what we're watching, that it is actually Papa Freedom, one of our camera people, who is colliding with something. So we always wait for that confirmation.
Right. Yes.
Often has more explosions than our competitors themselves.
Very true. I saw the Xi'an blue explosion and kind of like I guess thought the worst, but thankfully it was only Papa Freedom.
Yeah. So yeah, incredibly fast starts here, and even the 2 collisions that we did see, the racing, once again, incredibly fast, just some super wide turns, unfortunately, for at least in the term of AAWA, super wide turn to get them out of the race, Eva Ria, with unfortunately that sharp turn ramming them into the rock. Really shows you, once again, that this race is super skill intensive, and it's fast. And I'm loving it. This is the kind of race that I really, really enjoy watching in the S7. So hopefully our other heats, we get some more of this incredibly fast, incredibly quick-paced, incredibly skilled maneuvering action.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. And it's only going to get even more intense as we make our way through into the winners finals, because, you know, like when it comes down to it, a lot of these tracks, to be able to be the fastest requires a lot of time, a lot of practice. And yeah, like I think with 50 seconds faster than our second place right now, it would be nice to see that level of competition kind of like level out here for the finals, and also the losers finals as well.
Yeah. So Circuit Worm on his final lap here, lap number 5. Finishing this one up. Just need to cross the finish line to make sure that Argo Navis doesn't steal this first place from you, Circuit Worm. All right, don't get too greedy here. And Argo Navis also finishing their 3rd lap. They're approaching their 4th now. So we're definitely, like I said, we know who are going to be our first 2 players to move on to some later heats. The question is, do you think Team Argo Navis are going to take it a little bit more risky when they get into their finals?
I mean, I suppose they might do, especially since if we're going to be getting daytime here on this rock anytime soon, at the very least, they'll have more visibility and perhaps more confidence to try and do so. But yeah, I mean, like, everything is down to practice at the end of the day, you know, like, and even if you are super practiced on a racetrack, obviously, you know, the more time you have on it, then of course the better you'll be. So when it comes down to their next heat, I'm sure they'll be a little bit warmer, Croncy.
I do want to say I very much appreciate the way that we can see the sort of light blob from the Gravlevs as they travel through. It makes it a lot easier rather than us just seeing the light in front. And here we go, Circuit Worm, our first one to finish for race number 2. Fastest lap of 1 minute 37. We're gonna try to track that over the course of these heats, see who can get a faster hot lap over the course of this. And that is going to also mean Argo Navis is going to be our 2nd place and is going to move on to the runners-up finals as well. So first 2 players locked in, some fantastic races, and that is the first of 6 heats that we're going to see today.
All right, and what was neat to see there as well in that lower third was that apparently a Circuit Worm is racing with a gamepad, which, I mean, like, isn't unheard of, but it's neat to see. When you race, Croncy, what do you use? Hose-ass?
Sort of. I use, like, it is Hose-ass, but my left is an omni throttle. So it has all of the movement of a stick, but the way that you place your hand is like a throttle, and that's what I prefer the most. I like the feeling of that. It's very pod racy. So yeah, that's what I enjoy the most. But the fact that we do have such a wide variety of controller choices, literally ranging from like mouse and stick all the way to full on race sim wheels and stuff, is really cool. And it's great to see that we're at least in this stage of there is no like, if you want to be the fastest meta racer, you have to use this one sort of controller. We're still in the realm of, just use what you're used to. It is great. I really like that.
Yeah, CIG have done a really good job at what they call controller parity, trying to make sure that it doesn't matter what you pick up, you'll be able to play the game. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what other people are using, like especially when it comes down to our finalists too, because it just goes to show you don't necessarily need a like an expensive sim pod to be able to play SC at its peak. You just need to have the time and the willpower, and you can use whatever. But at the same time, that sim pod does help with immersion for sure.
So yeah, Maxane just finishing up their final lap here. They have had a fastest lap of 2:21.044. So even though they did take it quite a bit slower, still pretty reasonably fast for what this race is, especially with what we saw right at the beginning of the first two laps. So extremely respectable. I do just wonder, as I sort of said, like, are they holding it a bit back right now just so that they can confirm that they finished this race? Is this how they may take the runners-up finals? Who knows? Are we going to see more collisions and stuff like this? It is one of those races where, those players that do take those riskier, faster lines, it's not as risky here as it was in race number 1, but it can still result in a DNF, right? So where is everyone going to line up? It's really interesting. But yeah, it's definitely a good heat one for us to get a bit of perspective.
Yeah, I feel as if Eva Ray didn't explode earlier, I mean, they were doing really well. They were in the lead, I believe, as well, taking around an inside corner. But sadly, with this track in particular, a lot of it comes down to, there we go, there's Max on from Argo Navis finishing in second place there with a full race time of 1 minute and, a full lap time of 1 minute and 58 seconds, actually. So they beat their previous one.
I love it. Well, it's their full race time is 11 minutes 58 seconds. Their fastest lap was that last lap with 2 minutes and 3 seconds, 0.156. So still, they definitely sent it a lot faster in that last lap there, which is great, awesome. I'm really
they
glad
built up
to
the
see that
confidence.
as exactly. Now it is going to take us a little bit of time, guys, to remove some of the wrecks that now reside on the track there. Hopefully not too long. But what we might do, we might just go on a quick break. I need to get myself some water. Maya needs to get himself some water. But we'll be back very, very soon. This is going to be a quick one, guys. Just need to make sure that we're hydrating as much as the competitors are. So we'll be back very soon.
All right. we have all our racers in position, and we're just going to go straight into it. All right, let's cut to cams and have a look and see what's going on here. All racers are on the track. We've got Captain Chaos from Lease Motorsport, Isotope Adventure Origins 2, Yakin Oken from Wildcards Racing, and Lush08 from Premier Corps Colonial. All right, well, with all that said and done, Croncy.
It is possible we may have the wrong races. I think we have some, or you said the wrong way around. I'm not sure. I'd have to remember again. But yeah, Captain Chaos, Tubi, Gilly, and Isotope is who we're about to be watching. Who you going for? Who you going for this one? I know we said it before. I immediately forgot who we had said originally for Heat 1. So who do you think is going to take this one home?
Well, I think it's going to be... I mean, like, my money's on Wildcard Racing, but my eyes are on Premier Corps Colonial. And Lease... All of them. Croncy, this is too difficult, okay? All right, I mean, on paper, Lease Motorsport are the ones to watch. They did so good during the qualifiers. However, all 4 of these teams, I think, are heavy contenders here. But we have a lot of support here for wildcards, so I guess I should say wildcards.
Yeah, I think I do remember I said Premier Corps Colonial. They just had such an outstanding performance, both at our qualifiers as well as our like last practices that we had for the qualifiers about a month ago. That they're a team that's really impressing me, and I think they're about to impress me again. I really hope that those struts there in the center of the lake are in fact not actually there. That is could be an interesting.
Could be a very interesting
item.
start for sure. Yes. The C8R there,
right,
probably
so we're just
not
waiting.
Living up to its name.
Yep.
All right.
There we go. 1 minute timer has started, guys. We're about to get ready. Maya's going to be doing this one, and we're going to hope that Maya remembers how to count down from 10. It's been a while.
It's been such a long while, but we'll see. Okay. All right. Yes, once again, we have Lease Motorsports. We had that small...
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, I'm very glad we had that small break. I am very refreshed.
Nice. We have Lease Motorsports, Premier Corps Colonial 1cc. We have Wildcard Racing and Venture Origins 2. We'll see which one of these races will make their way through into the winners' finals and who will end up in runner-up. And well, hopefully we don't see too many explosions, but let's see. Let's go in 10 seconds. Racers for heat number 1. We're about to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Lovely. We need some more light. Oh no, we're not going to be able to see the races. We've only got 2 lights on. There we go. A lot easier to see them now.
Okay, so our races here are neck and neck. You can see the lights almost kind of like cutting through both of those vehicles. We have our first explosion already. Was that a spectator or was that was Gilly22 from Wildcards? Rip.
Yeah, a little collision there after coming out of a turn. Whoa! That's another player collision just there as they go into that tight turn that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So we're already down 2 races. We'll find out who the second one is here in a moment. From what we can tell, Venture and Lease Motorsports may be the only 2 races left on the field here. One interesting thing is, though, even though we can only see one race's lights, we can see all of the sort of like spawned up like snow from our other racer. Oh, there they go. They're just flashing their lights.
Yeah.
Hello. But we can still sort of get a bit of an estimation of where they are. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, unfortunate, but we're down to 2 racers yet again here, Croncy, and we're only in a lap number 1.
Yeah, I do imagine, obviously we haven't gotten a confirmation yet, but I do imagine that it was Premier Corps Colonial that was that second explosion, just based on where we're getting our racing updates at the moment. Extremely rough, but once again on those 2 sort of tighter turns there. And there we go, Captain Chaos QC with 134 crossing the line. Yeah, there we go. Premier Corps Colonial chooses a D and F, unfortunately. So we know who our 2 races are going to be that are going to go ahead. However, these races are much closer than our remaining 2 races were in that first heat that we just watched. So this could be anyone's game. It obviously matters a lot more. There's a big difference in points for just even getting into the finals versus the runner-up finals. So it matters. This matters a lot.
That's right, Croncy. We have Captain Chaos here in the lead for Least Motorsports with Isotope right behind for Venture Origins. And yeah, this is super tight. And yeah, all it's going to take is one small mistake, one missed opportunity here, and you're either going to get one more explosion or somebody's going to overtake. But it doesn't look, at the very least for now, that we're going to get any player-on-player collisions. With 2 vehicles like this, with 2 racers who seem to be so... you're laughing because you're like, it's gonna happen, Meyer.
It's exactly, yeah. I was look, in my head I was agreeing with you. And then
collision!
you said, not an explosion, but that's huge right there. I mean, we were just watching how close they were for pretty much the entirety of the first 2 laps. And then that is a huge time loss, not to mention it's right at the start of a straight. So they've lost a ton of speed, they've lost a ton of time. It's going to be very hard for them to make that one up, and they were already kind of struggling and getting ahead. Captain Chaos is going to cross into lap number 3 with a 126. What was that? Sorry, it disappeared before I break it, even watch it. A 126.628.
That's right. And it looks like Isotopes is now through as well into the next lap, but fortunately for them, they did not explode. However, because they are the second vehicle here and they are alive, it will mean that they will be moving into the runner-up finals regardless here, but it'll be nice to see them try and overtake, or try and at least stick in this for the next 2 laps to see what will happen. And look at that! Venture Origin clips a rock and slows down, perhaps not enough for Least to overtake, but now the competition is surely back on yet again now, Croncy.
Yep, mistake trades mistake there. They're essentially right back where they were in the previous lap. This is about how far away they were from each other, so that's a huge chance for Least Motorsports to regain there, and that's exactly what's happened. So this is great in that this is definitely the heat where either player makes a mistake, you're done. You have to they have the experience on capitalizing on it.
Oh no!
Oh no! Least Motorsports with the explosion there. You saw them go up and across that little mound. That, especially when you're at lowest ground height to try to get higher speed, often results in collisions and explosions. That's going to be Isotope out of that DNF'd, but guaranteeing themselves still a spot in the runner-up finals for the heats, and Least Motorsports are guaranteed in the finals. So
That's
with
right.
that
It's
one
not
mistake
over
there,
yet.
that settled this race here. We'll see what happens with lap times, but that was that. I was actually not expecting that. Like, they were getting riskier because they knew they were right on top of each other, trying to take some other routes. In fact, Venture Origins out. Sorry, I may have mistakenly said that. Venture Origins with a monster glide. I had thought that it was Captain Chaos. I am mistaken. Sorry, yes, so that is Isotope from Venture Origins with the collision. But yeah, that's going to be huge for them. That one mistake essentially settling this race once and for all. Wow.
So we had seen them cut that corner before as well in the previous lap, and I think it slowed them down there as well. Or at least I think I saw one other racer try doing exactly that. So yeah, unfortunately for them, that has cost them the race there. But here we have Least Motorsport here for lap number 4, going through nice and smoothly here through this track here, Croncy.
Yeah, so this is just going to be settling it up, getting their times in. Once again, Captain Chaos with a 126.62 is their fastest lap so far. And I believe the fastest lap we've seen so far today, never mind, a 125.698 to make me eat my words as I'm saying them. An incredibly fast time, though. The interesting thing that when Venture Origins did have that explosion there is they were also going very wide. In terms of the track, not just the turn itself, but the track itself is actually a lot tighter than that. I do wonder if that was in response to the previous turn where they had the collision that made them a lot slower. Maybe they were thinking they could improvise some sort of turn there to avoid that, but obviously didn't work out for them in that stage. And it still resulted in that lap and a half that we saw so far, the best fighting we've seen today. And already, I guess, yeah, of the current System 7, the best fighting we've seen. So let's get some more of that. Let's get some more hardcore competitive fighting in between some of these races.
That's right. More, please. But yeah, I mean, so far, at least Motorsport has cut that top time by 12 seconds, Croncy. We'll see if they're going to do any better here for lap 5, because even if they don't have any personal competition here on this heat, at the very least, you know, they're still trying to make up for time here and see what they can do and how fast and how hard they can push their ship.
I would actually recommend they go as slow as possible so that our next heat has all the time in the world in order to get ready for the next. No, I'm joking. Go as fast as possibly can. They're coming around now. I believe this is the final turn before the race finish. Indeed it is. And they're going to close it off. 7 minutes, 35 seconds for their entire lap time. Very, very fast. And some fantastic performance there that we saw. Even though we saw a bunch of mistakes from both Lise and Venture, Lise sticking cool, you know, not losing too much distance when they had that collision in lap number, I believe it was 3. Sorry, it was lap number 3. So, well done. Very, very well done, Lise Motorsports, for getting into the finals. And Venture Origins, well done for getting to the runner-up finals.
That's right. So now we're going to be moving on to Heat 3 very shortly. And as you can see from these really cool camera angles here, the sky seems to be warming up with these heats here, Croncy. Yes. We might get some daytime very soon.
Warming up with the heats?
That's right. You know, the only pun master here, Croncy.
So, our next heat should be, assuming that we've got everything ready to go in a moment, our next heat should be Ludox for Blackhawks, TyrusWrecks for Garden Racing, Big Flex for Amarok's Fang, and Redboss for Star. All of these teams, very well known in the racing community. Once again, this will be Garden Racing's first time in the S7, but definitely not their first time racing. They had an absolutely amazing performance at the DMR Rally, so very excited to see how they go. On Blackhawks and Amarok's Fang, 2 of our teams that auto-qualified this year, getting top 3 in the System 7 last year, so expect some fantastic performances from them. And Renlos Malik, a name that you will know in the Star Citizen or if you're for racing. An absolutely fantastic performer. So should only be a little bit of time before we get this one ready. They've been quite quick here.
So what's interesting about this next heat coming up, Croncy, is that we do actually have the favorite vehicles of each racer here listed in these heats. And Blackhawk, who actually was our first place winner for race number 1, so they're coming in at 25 points. The Nox is their favorite vehicle to race with as well. The others within our list there, so Tyrus, Big Flex, and Renlos Malik all have chosen the Cyclone RC as their favorite racing vehicle. So it's going to be interesting to see if, they're going to be able to pull their favorite ship into new heights and get themselves even more points as we make our way through into Heat 3.
I will say, if it wasn't for them removing the boost from the Cyclone RC, I would probably say that the Cyclone RC is my favorite racing vehicle. But with Arena Commander Racing recently, with the Grevlev races, with Clio Islands and whatnot, and all of the really hard competition we've been getting there recently, the Nox has very quickly become one of my favorite vehicles to drive. It is so much fun. it turns in a moment, guys. But yeah, it is looking to be quite a stacked finals and semi-final, not semi-finals, finals and the other one. Not semi-finals.
Finals and
runner-up
also,
finals.
Yes,
Finals and
runner-up
runner-up finals. There we go.
I was like, But yes, it looks like Big Flex has just finished there again with a total time of 7 minutes and 13 seconds. The fastest lap time of 1 minute 22 seconds, 0.1, making them our fastest racer so far, Croncy.
Yeah, that was an absolutely fantastic one to watch. Also, a great way to get a bit of an understanding of how collisions with other members of the team can come into it in these races. It's just so tight in some of these turns.
Nice, right. All right. Okay. So, yeah, I think that's going to be that for Heat 3, which means that there's only one more heat left before, of course, the runner-up and then the finals here, Croncy, for Race 2 of the System 7.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. A reminder that currently our advances, we have Captain Chaos from Lease Motorsport. In our finals heats, we have Captain Chaos for Lease Motorsport, Circa Worm from Catcom Alpha, and Big Flex from Amarok's Fang. One more place to be decided for them. In our runners-up finals, we currently have Venture Origins #2 with Isotope, Hugh Crop from Eva Rio, and TyrusWrecks from Garden Racing. So, sorry, Maxane from Argo Navis, not Hugh Crop from Eva Rio. I apologize. So, 2 spots left, 1 in each of those heats. The amount of points that you get differs quite wildly from the top 4 to the 5th through 8. So it's going to be a big fight here for those last place positions. A reminder that the way that we do points in this is very similar to the F1. The higher you position at the end of the race, the more points you get. And in these heats, these heat-based races, it's literally just about where you position. The 90% rule and whatnot doesn't really come into it because we need to have people actually advance into those heats in order to have those heats.
Exactly. Yeah, it's looking like with Circa Worm moving into the finals, they stand a chance to actually pulling themselves way ahead of everybody else really early on for the System 7, because I believe they came in 2nd place for race number 1, correct? So yeah, like if they get 25 more points, that's gonna pull them way ahead from the rest of the pack here, Croncy.
Yeah. A big shout out at the moment to our teams on the ground there doing the nasty work of getting rid of all of those dead Noxes so that we don't have the issue of ramming into a wreck when we begin the next heat. We appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you very much for all your work. And to all the racers for being incredibly quick. The races have been really, really awesome and well organized today, so thank you very much, guys. I mean, we're already at the stage that I think all 4 of our races are ready, so we're just going to finish up cleanup and we'll essentially be on the way.
Yeah, it's such a cool thing to see as well, because, you know, everything is being done live, you know, like on the live servers as well. But now we have vehicles that are available to like actually help to clear the track out with, like, you know, tractor beams and stuff like that. It's really cool. It makes this entire thing just feel so much more alive. You know, it feels so much more like we're living this, you know, which kind of makes those close-up cameras of the crash races a bit grim. But yeah, it's all part of it, man. This is the UEE, just a flesh wound.
So, heat number 4, Maya. We've got Punch Nomies with Gerber the Gnome, SPG Racing with Kebuka. I tried to say this last week and I absolutely butchered it. Kebukai Des. Delta Didus Racing with That Goofy Gamer Girl, and Novak Racing with Uphill Geordie. Where's your favoritism at?
My favoritism is gonna have to sadly be with Punch Nomies, obviously. I mean, like, hey, they were the fastest last year. I mean, like, they were really fast during the qualifiers as well, even though they didn't have to be, you know? And also, Gerber the Gnome is one of the people who put this track together, which kind of means that, and I believe they also hold the fastest time as well, or at least one of them. So that kind of makes them a very, very hot Nox to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, no, that's true. Gerbo is definitely going to be the favorite for this one for sure. I am, however, going to go for Delta Dietis Racing just because I really enjoyed what the team was able to do in race number 1 today. Let's see if they can run a bit of performance back here and get another solid sort of ending here. In the past, what we have seen with the System 7 is there's only been a few times where we've had people get first like every single race, you know what I mean? Usually the person who ends up winning at the end of the I was going to say region. That's not the phrase I'm looking for. The league. The
Right.
people who end up winning at the end of the league are the ones who are consistently in the top 3, specifically. So if we can see Delta Dietis do that again, awesome. That definitely puts them as towards a favorite for the entire series. And it looks like we're just about ready for the next one, Maya. So I'll give this one to you because we're going back and forth.
All right. Okay.
So they're gonna get their timer there in a second.
Okay, and I'm ready for it. Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. I have a good feeling about this one.
I have a good feeling about all of them.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? I mean, like, in our previous heat, only one survived. What's it gonna be like this time around?
I mean, it's very possible the same thing happens again, but like I said, it's been really nice that the majority of the collisions that we've had today have been mostly avoidable. I'm sure Desync has come into it today for sure. It's once again, it's Star Citizen. It happens, you know. It's sort of just what we've got to deal with at the moment. And I want to quickly shout out Beacon, the Beacon events, which is a great event. It's happening very soon. I'm definitely not shouting out
Thank you for the raid Beacon. And again, yeah, like that's going to be a really cool event in Belgium in May. And yeah, I'll be there. And I'm looking forward to it because, yeah, like I believe throughout the years, they've had like devs from CIG show up and things too. So it'd be nice to get their ear, you know, like to do some interviews and that kind of thing as well. Biggest fan Star Citizen event of the year.
I would love to get an event like that in Australia. Unfortunately, because everyone who plays Star Citizen either lives in Perth in Western Australia or in Sydney or Melbourne, aka 6 hours away from each other, it's a little bit hard to get everyone to go to the one location.
I can imagine. All right, it looks like our 1 minute timer has started now for this race, so let's get ready. Again, we have Garbo the Gnome from Punch Nomies, Kebukai from SPG Racing, That Goofy Gamer Girl from Delta Dietis Racing, and Uphill Geordie from Novak Racing. Let's see how it goes. And again, you know, like we do have some house favorites here. You know, like we have Punch Nomies who came in, I guess, first place last year. They are, of course, the amalgamation of Herbie and Garbo the Gnome. Let's see how they do. But again, hopefully there isn't too much pressure on them, Croncy. I hope we haven't put the commentator's curse on them. But we'll see. We'll see. We have 15 seconds to go. Races for Heat 4. In 10 seconds, we're gonna get this thing on. We're gonna go in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Pretty well timed there, Maya. Pretty well timed.
All right.
Not gonna lie.
Thank you very much. You know, like I count every day.
Alrighty, we are off, and this heat, everyone is right on top of each other. This is already a way more terrifying heat than we've had for the previous 3. Because pretty much every single case, we've had a situation where there was like maybe 2 sort of groups, so, you know, like everyone would be sort of situated with each other. So this is a lot more scary, and we literally have the current world record holder for this track in this heat. So the fact that everyone is right there, I feel like we're going to see some collisions.
Well, so far so good as they make their way past the far eastern part of the track in Frostbite Pass, making their way through Sandman's Return. In this open straight here, they can pick up all the speed they want, and as you can see, Novak is pushing through with that boost, almost then getting head-to-head there with Nomies as they make their turn round through into Aurora Borealis, somehow being able to stick there and then weave through. There's that island. And so far, so good. It's super close between Novak and Punch as they make their way round to the penultimate part of the track. That is the Prime Drift. Our camera's going around to catch these guys swing around, and that's going to be lap number 1. And as we can see, Gerber the Gnome has lap number 1 in the bag there with 1 minute and 23 seconds. But right behind is Uphill Jordy with 125 and Goofy Gamer Girl with 126.8. A supremely close competition.
Yeah, we do have our first explosion here from this heat with Kebukai Des. Unfortunately, they have been out of it, but a difference of 3.2 seconds from our first to third position. So already incredibly close for these guys. Any mistake here, I mean, we were talking about, technically Heat 1, but Race 2 that we watched, and how close the distance was between those two competitors, and then, one collision cost them like a whole 6 seconds and essentially cost them the whole race. Imagine it now. It's already kind of insane. Not to mention already having a 123.68 on lap number 1.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, those are hot lap times right there being done immediately there by all these guys. It's really, really cool to see. But here we have now Gerber the Gnome. It looks like the competition has been sifted out a tiny bit. They're now kind of almost by themselves as they make their way through Prime and into lap number 3 here. With 120.
120.185, followed by Uphill Jordy with a 120.863.
Jeez.
So right behind Gerbo. These times are absolutely insane. By far today, so far, the fastest racing that we've seen, and a lot of competition within that as well. So
we can't even
this
see
is nuts.
Jordy.
I do think as well. I think I mentioned earlier that Kebukai Des had a DNF. It looks like that has been errated, possibly, and that it was actually that Goofy Gamer Girl with the DNF for Delta Dinosaur Racing, and I believe that they are out of it, unfortunately. But Kebukai Des still in it, I think, currently in their lap 2.
Yeah, it looks like a Papa Freedom here in this Mirai Fury has their work cut out for them, trying to chase Gerbo as they make their way through these straights. It looks like now they're coming through yet again. Yeah, past Aurora Borealis. This is a really interesting turn. It's one of these things you can just it, right? Like from a distance, it's really hard to miss. Here's the Prime Drift. They're going to make their way round and through for yet another lap here. Let's see if they can beat their time here, Kronzi.
Yeah, going into lap number 4, SPG Racing also just completed their lap number 2 into lap 3. So it's also possible we might see an overtake here. The distance is very short in between Punch Nomies and Novak Racing. Neither of these races is giving up any amount of effort. They're sitting there essentially since lap number 1, competing for that top time. This is a great race to see and a great amount of competition here. You can see them just there, only just a little bit behind them. But like we said, this track can be rough if we get one of these turns a little bit too wide or a little bit up to turn. It's going to cost them that position for sure.
That's right. We now have Gerbo going through Frostbite Pass and into that lovely straight of the Sandman's Return on that ice. Here it goes. So far, so good. And it's just been textbook from Gerbo so far. It's just been really smooth sailing for him. That is also with all these other vehicles coming right behind them, the stress of having a Mirai Fury right alongside you. I can't imagine what this is like compared to just chilling and doing this by yourself.
Yeah, I have to mention every time I watch this Fury lock onto Gerbo, my brain goes like, oh, just what if you put a couple of shots in there though? What if why not? It's the target's right there. It feels like an easy hit. That's all I'm saying.
Make it more cinematic. Why not?
There we go, coming home with another fastest lap, beating his previous best, this time with a 120.143. So just ever so slightly beating their previous best here today. Reminder that Gerbo does currently have the world record. But once again, not to be shown, if you will, by Uphill Jordy, only a little less than 5 seconds behind Gerbo.
That's right. This is going to be an unfortunate pairing here because if Jordy was in any of the other heats, they'd be making their way into the finals. No problem here with what they've shown us so far here, Kronzi. That's the way it goes. Gerbo so far, however, now making their way back into Sandman's Return And so far, so good for the current world record holder.
Let's see as well if Gobo can push that last lap to the very, very edges and maybe improve on that current fastest time of today already. Remember, they're trying to beat a 1:20.143 already insanely fast, but it's good to see that everyone on their sort of fastest laps is around that 1:20, 1:25 range, because we're going to be watching that for our final 2 heats of the day, which is going to come up very soon. We're going to have our runner-up finals and our full finals. However, coming around the final turn now, past the Carricks, Punch Nomies is going to take this one for heat number 4 and advance all the way to the grand finals. Still not to be outdone though, really. Novak Racing, uphill Jordy, an amazing performance. Would have given them the win in any other heat by far. He's going to lock up the 2nd place and advance to runner-up finals. Well done.
That's right. Good job from all the racers. And again, yes, it's unfortunate for Uphill Jordy, but that's the way it goes. I'm sure they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, however, though, in the runner-up finals, Cronzy.
Yeah, 100%. That was really, really fun to watch. Very much enjoyed that. Also, well done, Kevin Kaides from SPG Racing, going through your final lap now. An amazing performance from you as well. Unfortunately, we didn't have those collisions that we were looking out for to get you across that extra finish line. But some great times. A personal best for them, or of today at least, of a 1:26.51, which also would have put them in the running in the other heats that we saw here today. So this was a super competitive heat to watch. Like, this could have been a finals heat. You know what I mean? If
for sure. Yeah, 100%. It felt like it the entire way through. I mean, like, Punch and Novak were neck and neck the entire way. I mean, like, the track time, the disparity between that was fractions of a second. They did so well. It was really awesome to see. And I do hope that, like, moving into the finals, we'll just see more of that as well. But we have a really cool shot here, Croncy, of all our auxiliary ships here, all the ships of our track team that helped to make this possible. We've got ourselves the SRVs, the 300Is, the of course the auspiciously colored MSR in what you can only assume as being the ATMO Esports livery. It takes a village to get this production to you guys, and thanks to everybody for helping to make it happen for sure.
Yeah, I keep on saying 100%, and then my brain says stop saying 100%, but like I do agree with everything you just said.
100%.
So, 100%. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that we very, very soon, as we clean up, some more of these wrecks, as well as we get some fresh Noxen. Is it the
Noxen?
plural for
Please
Nox?
don't.
Noxes?
Please don't. Just say Noxes.
Well,
don't say Noxen. Knock it off.
We're gonna get some fresh Noxen. Our runner-up finals, which will be coming up in a moment, we're going to again see Isotope from Venture Origins, Maxine from Argo Navis, Azon Keel from Garden Racing, and Comwolf from Novak Racing. Who are you looking forward to most seeing there?
Well, I mean, Garden Racing did show us like a really, really good race, honestly. I think that my UEC is on them. However, Uphill Jordy did such a valiant effort. I think that it's going to be tough to beat. I mean, like, they were so consistent. They were just 0.7 of a second slower than, again, the world record holder for this track. That is ridiculous. So, yeah, we'll see.
Now, interestingly, it looks like Uphill Jordy is not racing for Team Novak here. So that'll be Comwolf, from what I can tell, which is, another one of these advantages of having a large team is you can
driver swap
and get yourselves in these positions, which is also great just in general if you are looking to join the System 7 in the future. Sometimes people can't race on certain weekends. Sometimes people get sick. I, as someone who for 2 years in a row raced as a solo racer, would never recommend that. Please get a team. It makes life so much easier. But yeah, so that's going to be an interesting change there. So we'll see how that sort of works out for them. I definitely, once again, I was talking about Garden Racing earlier. They're one of my teams that I'm really hoping performs extremely well this year. here, and this is a great start going into the runner-up finals of race number 2. And with the times that we did see between, it was Azon and, sorry, it was TyrusWrecks and Big Flex that we saw compete from Garden Racing and Amarok's Fang. But seeing that, I'm excited to see what Azon Kiel can do in the runner-ups. I think it's going to be a solid race. That's who I'm going for. I still love all the races. It just means I love this person more. That's okay, right?
There's nothing wrong with that, right? But yeah, I'm intrigued because they're doing a driver swap, aren't they? Right? Like, so Uphill Jordy is.
Yeah, we've got a couple of driver swaps.
Yeah. So like, we'll see how it goes. Because right now I don't have a feel for like who's gonna make it through for the runner-up finals. But either way, I've got my money on Garden Racing. Perhaps I got my UEC on them.
Now, interestingly, we'll talk a little bit more about it after we watch the runner-up finals. But apparently, even though Gerbo just crushed it for Team Punch Nomies, in the finals, Gerbo will not be participating. It's going to be Quelsar.
Really?
So,
okay.
Yeah. Now, I do know, once again, I've mentioned it earlier, Quelsar is an absolutely fantastic racer and 100% is deserving of the praise that he receives. But Gerbo does have the world record, so I wonder why they've made this choice. I truly do. Even sometimes it'll even come down to like what region are you in. We want to make sure we've got the best ping, sort of thing, right? We want to make sure we've got the least desync, whatever it is, may be a factor here. Apparently, it is a typo. Gerbo is still going, so never mind everything I just said about Quelsar. Quelsar's a bad racer and is cringe. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Quelsar, please don't. You're so much faster than me. No, fair enough. Fair enough in that case. But yeah, everything I just said, ignore, I guess.
All right. But yeah, I mean, that makes a lot more sense to see the world #1 try and hold that position there for the System 7 at the very least here. But yeah, they're all lined up.
I also have some more. I have some more confirmations. It is Uphill Jordy, not Comworth, and it is TyrusWrecks for Team Garden Racing. So all of that is fine. We will be seeing the races that we did see in the previous races. We will be seeing. So we will get more. We're going to get to see them more. We saw Uphill Jordy get really close to beating Gerber the Gnome. Their competition, I think, in the runner-up finals is going to be TyrusWrecks because they had some very similar times. So yeah, don't worry, guys. We're getting all of that sorted out, and that's who we're going to see.
All right. I don't know.
Just always ignore me. I think that's a good strategy.
I don't know whose Nox that is in the foreground, but it has a bit of a ding in it. I wonder if it's for luck.
A ding for good luck. I mean, it's not the worst idea. I mean, luckily, the ding's on the top, and I feel like that's the spot that's the least likely to crash into anything. I hope. Possibly.
Fair point. Yeah, fair point. But yeah, again, I'm in love with the skins and stuff for the Nox. I didn't actually realize there were that many, like the variety of them. My mind has always just been like the Nox and the Nox Q. Yeah, the yellow? It's like ATMO Esports colors.
So nice.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we had I think there were like subscriber paints that we got like early last year.
Okay.
And it was for the Nox, the Cyclone, and I want to say the STV, possibly. And there was a blue and white, a yellow and white, and there may have been another color there. But I love those bright colored paints. They're so nice. Like there's no, bonus to using them really, but it makes me feel good about myself, and I imagine that makes me faster.
Yeah, at least in your imagination. That being said, like you come first in this, and all of a sudden, your skin's gonna be a little bit more popular. But yeah, looks like we're just about to get ready now. All our racers are lined up, some without pants for that extra speed.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you're aerodynamic. So a reminder, this is going to be Isotope from Venture Origins 2, Maxane from Argo Navis, TyrusWrecks from Garden Racing, and Uphill Jordy from Novak Racing. So we've been watching these guys all today. They've had some great competition. I'm excited for this one to go. I guess we did it already, but we got the confirmation of the races. So last time, Maya, who are you putting your UEC on?
Okay, all right. For the last time, my UEC, because Jordy is back, it's gonna have to be Jordy. They did so well in Heat 4. Again, had they been against anybody but the person who holds the world record, it would have been a no-brainer. They would have been in the finals. So yeah, my money is on Jordy because they need this run back.
Fair enough, fair enough. I think I did still say this before Garden Racing, but seeing TyrusWrecks there again, sort of once again puts it in like, all right, yeah, we're going hard. We got to see their fight with, I believe it was Lubox from Blackhawks earlier. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
securing themselves 6 points and securing Argo Navis 4 points. Well done, guys. Congratulations. A great job today. And honestly, Novak Racing, the respect that you gained from me for blacking out in the first place in this race is also extremely high because even risking the blackout is something to be respected, in my opinion. So very, very well done to our other competitors.
Yeah, they were pushing it, man. I mean, the competition is real with this race,
Yep.
and I look forward to seeing it continue with all these other vehicles, especially the less explosive ones. I mean, personally, I like the exploding vehicles, but then again, it'd be nice to see how these racers will be able to cut these tracks and stuff with things like the links, things like the STV as well. But yeah, here we go. That's Argo Navis coming through for lap number 4. It seems like they may have clipped a rock there and slowed down. Oh, and that's their race.
Well, that one, like we said, they secured second, right? They secured that
second.
spot. So that is very funny, though. So there we go.
That's
a collision
the
there
same
from
point
Max Zane.
Yeah, that's the same point that Space Tomato actually, Garden.
That Tyrus collided with in the original heat. Yeah,
exactly.
Roughly, essentially, it is that turn there. Yeah, but yeah, fantastic job from all our competitors in the runner-up finals. But what that means is that we only have one more heat left today. Now, Maya, we've been hanging.
Yes.
You and myself have been hanging out now for probably about 6 hours with all the pre-organizing everything. I've got to admit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our first day of doing 2 races in the same day, it has gone surprisingly fast.
That's right. It's pretty much gone without a hitch, and again, I mentioned it's a testament to just how ATMO Esports has evolved over the few years, and also the game stability too, without 30Ks,
Yep.
I don't want to risk it. We have what we call the commentator's curse, and I feel like I am pushing it now. But yeah, when it comes to server stability, when it comes to just the professionalism of our TOs, it's been really cool to be able to do this and to be confident to do this, and also to do this at a faster rate than we've ever done before. It's been really cool. Yes. It's been awesome, and I look forward to seeing how it goes for the subsequent races, Croncy.
Yeah, so I did just love. We had a nice view there of the major hill in the center, the one that is just around. One sec, I'll get up the map here. The one that is just around in between Aurora Borealis and Black Ice Strait, that massive island there. Okay. All we need there is a huge grandstand for people to sit in. Someone selling some Star Citizen ice creams and hot dogs.
Just land an 890 there and you'd be fine, I guess. A different clientele, but an 890 jump there, just watching from the atrium, whatever you call it, would be cool.